Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Barker is very upset because the UPS man was outside, so I don't know how long he's going to keep boofing. But I hope that you all are doing well today. It is Friday. Thank goodness for that. I am officially live. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction. I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're watching live right now, welcome. If you're watching after the fact, welcome to you as well. Do tell me what it is that you are reading or working on tonight. I would love to hear it. I am currently reading a digital copy of The Picture of Dorian Gray for our read along live show that I'm doing with Nicole from Noteworthy Fiction, Alex from Alex Black Reads, and Jessica from This Kiwi on March 30th at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be a ton of fun. We're getting down to the wire now, as it's already hard to believe March 22nd, but if you still want to join in, there is a little bit of time, so you absolutely should. I have much to catch up on. I have been very behind on my reading this month, so much so that it's not even funny, but I am going to get back on track today, and I'm really looking forward to that. So, as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack. Hopefully, either eat dinner or lunch or breakfast. Curl up under a blanket. I decided to be the maximum amount of comfy that I can possibly be today because I was like, oh, I'll just wear like one of my normal. I always wear flannel on my channel all the time, or like some sort of sweater. This is Keaton's giant oversized sweater. So since it's oversized on him, it is massive on me. And I was like, I'm cold. I am cold today. And he told me that I could just borrow it for tonight and I don't think I'm going to get out of it. So even though I look like an absolute slob, this is the way that I'm going to be all of this evening. I hope nobody minds. But I'm going to go ahead and jump over to the comments. I know Alicia popped in like super, super early because she thought that she was late. And hopefully she'll be able to come back. Or I think maybe she already is back now. And so Jessica came on earlier as well and said, well, I'm here early to say I'll probably miss the first hour. We have decided to go to the supermarket and stock up on groceries. Well, that is important. So I appreciate the info, Jessica. But you said after I'll be reading Dorian Gray with you all. Good. Then we will both be reading Dorian Gray tonight. And you're probably farther in it than I am. Christina, good to see you. Said, hi, beautiful people. I'm reading The Dragon Reborn by Robert Jordan. Awesome. For a bit. And then Harry Potter 5 with my kiddo hugging the like button. Thank you so much, Christina. And man, you're already on the 5th Harry Potter as well. Very, very nice. And is The Dragon Reborn by Robert Jordan, is that part of the Wheel of Time series or is that a standalone novel? Because I genuinely don't know. Angel, hello to you. Welcome. I hope you were having a fabulous day today. What is it that you were reading or working on? Alicia, welcome back. You said, I'm back and going to try to read The Lies of Locke Lamora. I have a digital copy of that book. I need to get to it eventually. I did see where they gave it a new cover, and the new cover was really pretty and cool. Not sure which version of it that you have or if you're reading like a borrowed edition, but I've heard so many good things about that book, and people who are fantasy fans are like, oh, you have to read The Lies of Locke Lamora. And I'm like, I haven't gotten to it because it's a series and I just don't, I haven't been able to commit to it just yet. Nicole, welcome. Good to see you. You said, hi, Alex. Hope you're having a great day. I'll be reading 30 pages of Dorian Gray, and then we'll be doing my daily reading in Jonathan Strange. I am really excited for you, Nicole, that you're reading Jonathan Strange, because that is a book that I have wanted to read, and I will very excitedly wait to hear your final thoughts on what you thought of the story. So, I hope it's fabulous and amazing. And I'm glad that we're going to have a third person reading Dorian Gray tonight. And Rena, hello. You said, oh my God, what's up, Alex? I missed last time. No worries at all. I'm really glad that you made it this time. I'm doing okay. Thank you. I hope that you are doing fabulous. And Nicole said, hi, Jessica, Christina, Alicia, and anyone else I missed. And Alicia saying hi to Nicole. Rena says, I thought it looked like something Keaton would wear. Yes. He gets super comfy. So it's the, you're going to laugh. It's the lo-fi girl hoodie. He actually like ordered this from them. And I joked that if they ever made a lo-fi boy one that's like purple and has a dog instead of a cat, I would get it. And then we would have, matching ones. But so far, this is the only one that they have. And I actually feel very comfortable. Like I might not have to turn on my space heater tonight because every single time through the whole winter that I have been hosting these sprints, whenever I go and do like the actual sprint time and I put myself on mute, my heater is just blasting in my office because of how cold I get. So might not have to do that tonight. Heidi says, "Hi everyone. Is that a Snuggie?" It is not, but it is. Should I stand up? I will stand up so you can see just how big this is on me. And I am not a small person. I am not short. So just keep that in mind. This is like, that's the bottom. Like it's all the way down here. This thing is actually huge. It might as well be a Snuggie. And I love it. It's fabulous. But it only comes in one size, so it really doesn't matter whether you're tall or small. You're gonna get the exact same one. And Alicia says, "You don't look like a slob. You look cozy." Thank you. It is clean, at least. I guess I'm not a slob as long as it's clean. And hello to you, the Book Hermit. Welcome. You said, "Hi, pals. I'm finally updating the read along with my thoughts and enjoying reading everyone's thoughts on Dorian Gray." I'm so excited that so many people are reading it. And I loved that you included that in your read along for your vlog video. So thank you so much for doing that. That was so cool. Heidi says, "Nicole, are you enjoying Jonathan Strange?" Carissa, hello, from Lovable Reader says, "Hey, I'm going to be reading the 5th Harry Potter." You and Christina both tonight. So very nice. Heidi says, "Dragon Reborn is very good. The book where Matt Cawthon, my favorite character of all time, becomes the Matt everyone loves." So cool. Rita says, "LOL, the lo-fi girl." Keaton converted me and I can never go back. Lo-fi is the way to go. Faye, hello to you. And what is it that you are working on this evening or reading? Nicole says, "I agree. You look super cozy. Thank you." It's got a big hood too. Like, I would disappear in this. Like you can't even like see my face anymore. It's lovely. And it's so soft. It's so incredibly soft. Rena says, "I was just going to focus on making a lesson plan for my students tomorrow while the rest of y'all read." Well, good luck to you. And what is it, like what subject that are you teaching? I'm very curious on what the lesson plan is supposed to be in. Also, what age group? Alicia says, "How is our boy Barker today?" He is good. He's a little turd, but he's good. He's hanging out over in his bed right now. He was losing his mind at the UPS guy right before I was having to turn this on, and his bark is very loud. Like Keaton, he has a watch that will alert him if he's in an area where the decibels are so high that it can actually damage your hearing. And when Barker gets going, it sets off Keaton's watch. Like that's how strong my 20-pound dog's bark is. And I was like trying because he was barking right up against the window, so it was reverberating back right at me. And I'm like, "Please calm down," which he did right before I had to get on. So, but he's good otherwise. And Heidi says, "I discovered a truly hidden gem on YouTube, Harlan Ellison narrating The Wizard of Earthsea, magical prose and a magical performance. I finished the 6 hours in one day." That is so awesome. I love it when you can find a hidden gem that really just resonates with you. That is amazing. Emily, hello. Welcome to you. You said, "I have a blue one of those and I love it." Is it like, it's not the lo-fi girl one though, right? Because he told me that there was only the one color. So I'm going to assume it's like the same type of hoodie, but it's not branded, maybe. Because that's really cool if you got one. Angel says, "I'm also reading Dorian Gray." Yes! So many people. We got it. Heidi says, "Alex, I started watching Three Body Problem. Pretty good. The first scene was riveting." So cool. I saw an article that came out. So there was the Three Body Problem, like where the word three is spelled out. And that was, I believe, the original Chinese version that was created after the book series. And then the one that you're talking about, like the, number 3 body problem, people were comparing the two and said that the first one that came out in China was really good, but apparently like Three Body Problem is even better. So I'm very curious to watch it. And I'm glad to hear that you thought it was good. So that's wonderful. Zach, hello. You said, ahoy. I'm reading The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. I need to read Toni Morrison one day. I have yet to. It is one of my great shames, but I hope that you love that. I know that that's like one of her biggest books ever. And Faye says, I would like to finish Howl's Moving Castle, make a dent in Mysteries of Udolpho, and start Bad Cree today. That's a lot on the plate, but I believe that you can do it. It's a fabulous goal. Rena says, I'm not a school teacher, but I teach kids programming and basic maths geometry. Okay, tomorrow I actually have a class with an older group, 12 to 14. So awesome. I love that. So, kids programming, so you do like coding and that kind of math. Coding is something that I never learned how to do, and I am always amazed at people who learn it because I think that it's such a well, one, it's a great skill and it's very useful today, but two, I think it's complicated. So that's so cool that you know how to do that and that you can teach kids how to do it. Emily says, yeah, not lo-fi, just plain blue and hi to all. And Heidi says, Zach, I loved The Bluest Eye. And Nicole says, I'm enjoying Jonathan quite a lot. It's slow paced, but funny and quirky. I don't mind a slow paced book as long as it's not meandering. Like it's not a book that is taking its time just for the sake of being slow. As long as there's still stuff that's happening, that's not an issue. And funny and quirky is always amazing in a book. And Zach says, I want to squeeze in a reread of Dorian Gray. If you can, that would be great. I'm really thinking that the live show is going to be tons of fun. Nicole and Jessica, I don't know if Jessica has made it back yet, but I will be sending you all an email soon to go over like possible ways that we can kind of like run the live, because I know that this is going to be new for all of us, and I think it's going to be great regardless. It's going to be fantastic. And Heidi says, Nicole, Jonathan is on my TBR, so glad to get your input. And Nicole said there is a lot of stuff happening. Good, that means that it's interesting. And Faye says, I love Jonathan Strays. The mini series is great too. Oh, I didn't even know that they made a mini series. They make like TV series out of so many things, and I just don't even know it until like well after the fact. So very cool. I can go ahead and get our first sprint set up. So go ahead and just tell me, everybody, do you want 30 or 45 minutes? Whoever answers first is the winner. You all know the drill by now. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I will not sing the Spice Girls, I promise. Nobody wants to hear that, including me. And Rena says, I'm definitely not a coder myself, but I went through first year of game dev in the uni, and me and my boyfriend work on games, so I know a lot about programming logic. That is super, super cool. I love that. Also, what kind of games do you work on? I would love to hear that too. And Nicole got it. She said 30. She won. And the Book Hermit says, my hubs codes as part of his job, and he knows 9 coding languages. That's me who barely knows English. Oh, there's me who barely knows English. That is insane to know 9 coding languages. Wow, that's amazing. That's so cool. And I'm with you. It's like, I don't think I could ever do that. That would engage a part of my brain that I'm not sure I would be able to retain the information to know how to code, truthfully. And the Book Hermit, please forgive me. My brain is absolutely fried. Can you remind me of your first name? I apologize. I hate it when I forget, but I want to make sure that I call you by the correct name tonight and not just by what your channel title is. Sorry, Zach, maybe on the next one. And Carissa says, I would love to have $1 million. Me too. I would love to have $1 million. And my friend, Miss Starbuck, also known as Magnolia, how are you? And she says, hello, everyone. He says, I am reading in Dorian Gray. We got so many peeps on Dorian Gray tonight. That worked out perfectly. I am so excited. So I will go ahead and you said, of course, Laura. Thank you, Laura, for being forgiving about that. I really am just like the worst with names, and I'm writing it down to make sure that I can't forget it again tonight. So that's what I do, and it always helps me. It really does. So yes, I will go ahead and I will get our sprint pulled up here. I also have to give you all a new question. And hmm, I think I'll start with a would you rather. So, and this one's just kind of funny. Would you rather be able to teleport but only 5 feet away, or be able to see the future but only 5 minutes ahead? I think that that's a fun one. And Zach says, "Hi, Miss Starbuck," and Magnolia says, "Hello, Zach." And Rena says, "We are not commercial yet, but we are mostly interested in narrative-focused games. Those are some of my favorites. Our last game was an interactive fiction about dreams and life change, but we are planning to branch out into CRPG." That's so cool. I'm so happy for you, and I hope that tomorrow goes well. And Heidi said, "Miss Starbuck, I was thinking of you as every time I fix a pillow, I think I am Monk." I love that. All right. So I'm going to go ahead. Be sure to answer that question because I always put up all of the answers to the question after our sprint. And I'm going to go ahead and get the time started, and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye, everyone. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to the end of chapter 6, and I just updated my comment in our read along for Storygraph. I'm really liking the way that Storygraph outlines this. It's a little bit funky with the fact that you have to update what percentage you are in the book in order to be able to unlock a chapter. But once I got that worked out, it wasn't an issue. But I remember when I was first trying to do it, I'm like, how do I change my percentage in the book? But it's totally fine now. So let me know how you did. I'm on page 92. So feeling pretty good about that. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be able to teleport but only 5 feet, or be able to see into the future but only 5 minutes ahead? So super curious to hear what you all have to say. And Laura was the first to answer, and she was like, future, be able to see the future. And I like how emphatic you were about that. And Christina says, The Dragon Reborn is book 3 in The Wheel of Time. Okay, so that's still very early on in the whole series. So good to know that that's where your favorite character becomes the most himself, or becomes the character you said that everybody loves. So that's cool. And Christina's saying hi to Nicole and saying hi to Laura. And Miss Starbucks says, Heidi, haha, that made me laugh, but I have the same indeed, hee hee. Whenever I clean something, I kind of see if Monk would approve. I love that, Magnolia. That's hilarious. Marina says, out here with philosophical questions. If I teleport only 5 feet, can I teleport another time right after? If I see that next 5 minutes, can I change them? These are really good questions. And this is always the fun part about posing these, is everybody always kind of brings their own spin to stuff. We have to kind of come up with rules. So, yes, you would be able to hypothetically, you teleport 5 feet, you land, you teleport another 5 feet. I don't see a reason why you wouldn't be able to, but you wouldn't be able to I don't know. Would you be able to rapidly kind of bunny hop around? That's a good question. Maybe. And if you could see into the next 5 minutes, can you change them? I think the answer is yes. Unless, of course, that you believe kind of like in time loop stories where people who are able to travel into the past in order to change something ultimately end up causing what happens in the future. So it's like, if you can see into the future, would you ultimately do something that may cause the future to happen? That's another question. I don't know. Tell me what you all think. What do you think about that? Heidi says, Christina, I am a big Wheel of Time fan. Wheelie, some great scenes in DR. That's awesome. Dragon Reborn. And Christina says, hi, Rita. And Faye says, teleport, I'm lazy like that. And Rena says, Christina, hello. And Magnolia says, I have to see how much 5 feet is in meters. That's a good question. I don't know the metric system very well. How many meters is 5 feet? It's about 1.5 meters, Miss Starbuck. So that depends. Does that change your answer? Angel says teleport, so I could be good at the game of tag. Yes. So your answer to that really got me thinking about my dog. So he is very mischievous. He likes to get into things. Sometimes he likes to eat things that he is not supposed to. And I wish that I had the superhuman ability to just grab him really quick, so take away whatever it is that he's trying to get a hold of. And so I feel like I would have to pick teleport, only because it would make me feel a little bit better about I don't know, being able to either get out of maybe a dangerous situation if I saw a car coming or something, or be able to grab him if I needed him. Because I don't think being able to see 5 minutes into the future would be enough to ever do something beneficial for me. If anything, I feel like it would only make me more anxious. So I'm going to go with teleport. Zach says, I'll go with teleport. It's a bit useless, but 5-minute future might drive me insane long before I could use it for something important. Absolutely agree. Heidi says, one of the characters in the first Lost series has one of these powers. Really? Oh, that's interesting. And Miss Starbucks says, I actually have no idea. I really can't answer the question. The first one seems so useless. The second one, maybe, but only if I was able, oh, to turn it on and off. Yeah, I think like in my mind, it's not that you're always seeing in the future at the same time that you're living in the present. It's you see into the future when you want to. So I do think that you would be able to turn it on and off. 100%. And you said, I'm at chapter 10 now at the moment. Very nice. You are ahead of me. I definitely believe I'll be able to get to chapter 10 tonight. The chapters are quite short, which is something that I appreciate about this. I feel like even though my reading habits for Dorian Gray haven't been, ooh, that shows up really good. That I really like the white, like the way that this looks like a page. Anyway, sorry. I really like the way that it keeps moving, even though my reading habits lately haven't been great and I haven't read as much as I want. Every time I sit down and I do actually get into this, I feel like it just goes. Which I was not expecting. And I guess I also thought because I don't read very many classics, and that's how this whole thing started, right? Is because Alex doesn't read classics. I thought that this was going to be way more complicated to understand, and that I was going to be like a goob, and it was, I don't know. I thought the language wouldn't mesh with my brain very well, but it's very easy to keep track of what's going on. Than sometimes when Lord Henry is trying to be philosophical, and I'm like, you're a contradiction yourself, sir. And Jamie, welcome, Jamie. Good to see you. Said, I'd love to be able to see 5 minutes ahead. Okay, good to know. And you said, hi, Alex and everybody. Well, hello to you too. And Nicole says, 10 pages in Arabian Nights because I forgot that I needed to read that too. Hey, but you remembered. So good job. And that is a big book, 1001 Arabian Nights. I hope to be able to get to that one day, but that's another story or another collection that I'm quite intimidated by. But I love the story of Scheherazade. And Miss Starbuck says, yay, first time the cat at the end didn't scare me. You have grown. You have gotten used to it. And he also said hi to Nicole. Nicole says, so far the Storygraph Read Along and Voxer are my two favorite ways to share books. I have never used Voxer and I have never heard of it. So is it kind of like is it like a Goodreads Storygraph program? I've heard of oh, what is that called? Likeable. It's some sort of app that you can join, but it's for more than just books. It's also for movies. Or Likewise. That was what it was called, Likewise, because you could go and you can find people talking about like, oh, well, if you like this book, it's similar to this book. I joined that for like 2 seconds and then it was like entirely too much and I didn't like the way that it was structured. So Voxer, no idea what that is. Sounds interesting. You also just said, hi, Miss Starbuck. And Carissa says, I made it to page 216 in the fifth Harry Potter book. Very nice. And Alicia says, 75 pages into The Lies of Locke Lamora and open to beer. Elysian Space does IPA. Keaton enjoys those, and they have amazing art. I love like all of their packaging for any of their beers looks so cool. And Carissa says, and made some dinner. Very nice. I was good and I ate dinner before I started my lives tonight. And we just had like a very simple DiGiorno stuffed cheese crust pizza. That was all I wanted tonight. I didn't want to cook. I didn't want to do anything fancy. So I got stuffed with pizza. And then for dinner, I had Oreos. I'm living my best life. And you said, I would rather see the future. Okay, good to know. And Magnolia says, okay, the bunny hopping sounds fun. Yeah, it would also be probably very jarring though. And because what I'm envisioning is if you have ever worn a VR headset before, okay, so when you put on a VR headset, especially if you're somebody who's not acclimated to it, your brain gets tricked. Like if your person like tries to walk forward or something, your brain gets tricked into thinking that you're moving, but your inner ear knows that you're not walking, and so it makes you very dizzy. So what games have done is they will allow you to teleport. Like that's try to help with the motion sickness feeling that you get, and I have some that are like that, where you go and you push a button and it kind of like just jumps you forward, and that can be very disorienting too. So I'm just imagining like you would hop and then you'd look around and you'd have to hop again, because if you're not careful and you did it in too fast of a sequence, I mean, in this case, you could like run into something, right? or maybe even end up inside of something? Like, could you end up inside of a wall if you teleported? I would assume so, because 'cause you're popping in and out of existence. Just saying. That doesn't sound very fun. Storm, hello, Storm. Good to see you. You said, hi, everyone. Not reading much. My allergies are horrible and I can't concentrate. No, I am so sorry. That is not fun at all. But I hope that you can just chill out tonight. Just get some rest and relaxation in at the very least. So thanks for coming to hang out. Christina says, hi, Storm. And you said, I am enjoying it. That is awesome. And Faye says, I read 2 chapters of Howl's Moving Castle. Great job. Emily says, as 5 feet wouldn't get me across the ocean, I'd say 5 minute future. Yes, it would not. You would definitely like land and like sink in the ocean, and you just progressively get further, further out into the ocean. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good, does it? Christina says, I would teleport, by the way. People don't like how, oh, people don't know how to drive around here. People don't know how to drive anywhere, my friend. It doesn't matter where you live. Rita says, the timer always gives me a jump scare. That's fair. I promise that you do get used to it eventually, unless you're very hyper focused on something. Miss Starbucks says, haha, Emily Carter. I am seeing that in my head. Teleport dip, teleport dip. That made me laugh. Yes, that's what I was envisioning as well. Jamie says, the Mistborn books, one of the metals allows you to in the Mistborn books, one of the metals allows you to see into the immediate future, and it is useful but takes a ton of practice. Very interesting. There was that episode of Rick and Morty where there's the gems that you can get that allow you to see like all possible futures, and based off of like what action you take dictates how your future would go, and Morty becomes obsessed with like getting one specific ending, which was interesting, and I liked the concept of that episode. I thought it was pretty good. Faye says, that's why Dorian Gray is a perfect gateway classic. I would agree. So I think the fact that you all recommended this as the first one was a great pick. Good job. Miss Starbucks says, I must confess, for me, I'm reading Dorian Gray in English as well. That's the version she gave me, but I do sometimes have a small language barrier with some words. I mean, I'm not embarrassed to admit at all, on this, it has like a built-in dictionary. And so there have been some words that have shown up that I'm like, can I get the definition of that? And I've had to do that. So don't feel bad about that. Like, we all muddle through sometimes, and the language is also, of course, not the way that people speak now anyway, so that would make it even harder. So I commend you for reading it in English. And Storm says, teleport, as seeing into the future would stress me out. Same. Even if it's only 5 minutes, what if I kept seeing bad things? I would want to try to fix them. Yes, 100%. And you might end up inevitably causing them too, which is bad. Jamie says, I need to try Voxer and probably will next month, since my 2 buddy reads so far for April are with Coda, who likes Voxer. Good to know. Okay, so apparently this is like a popular thing that I have never heard of at all. At all. Oh goodness. I've started really like using my little notepad here, and I love it, but I am also at the point where I may be creating too many notes. Is that possible? Maybe. So there we go. Voxer. I will check it out, Nicole and Jamie. Jessica says, I'm here up to chapter 6 of Dorian Gray. Thought chapter 5 didn't really need to be there. That's funny. Jessica, you and I are actually pretty much at the same point. I just got through chapter 6 and I am now about to start chapter 7. So nice. And Nicole says, Voxer is a walkie-talkie app. So you send a voice message in real time, but the other person doesn't have to listen until they want to. Storygraph is best for people with different reading paces. That is not at all what I thought that would be. A walkie-talkie app. Okay. I mean, isn't that kind of similar to the way that we send like voice messages on our phone? Like, you can like hold down the button now and you can talk into it and send people like a voice recording. Funny enough, when Keaton and I first started talking to each other because we met online on a dating app, that was how we learned what the other person sounded like. We sent messages like that to each other. So That's very fun. Heidi says, has anyone seen Penny Dreadful TV show? Dorian Gray was an interesting character in that show full with horror classics. I have not, but the main actress in it, I've liked what she has been in before, and I had a feeling I would probably enjoy it, so maybe I should give it a try. And Nicole says, Jamie, it's fun, lots of laughs. And Jessica says, also eating Vietnamese spring rolls when I get home. They are celiac safe and yummy. Woohoo! I love that. Spring rolls can be really good. I used to hate them, but that was only because I'd never had a good spring roll. Now I enjoy them as long as they got to be like the right consistency and not too oily. Zach says, DiGiorno cheese stuffed crust pizza is one of my favorite foods, although it is not quite as good since they made them remove the MSG. You got to have the MSG. I mean, anybody who's ever eaten good, like ramen, knows that you have to have MSG and stuff. But I will also say the other thing that is frustrating is I think that they made them smaller. I mean, I can pretty much guarantee that they made them smaller. I mean, we all know that companies are keeping the price of something the same, but then shrinking the amount of food in it. And it is so lovingly called shrinkflation. How's that for a phrase? Jamie says, Nicole, I feel like we talked about doing a buddy read too, but can't remember which book. There we go. And Nicole says, we did. What book was it, Jamie? Let me see if I wrote it down. And Miss Starbucks says, haha, with your head halfway stuck in a wall gives me Sims vibes. It could also be quite dangerous, though, if you think about it. Like, if you had to wait to be able to teleport again, like, could you accidentally cut your own head off that way? Like, if you walked through a wall but got your head stuck and, like, the plaster was, like, right here? I don't know. These are the thoughts. These are the questions. I would have to be super careful about my power. Christina says, oh, I missed the 5 feet part. It would take a few jumps to get anywhere. Yes, it would. They're very limited powers. That's what makes them funny. Angel says, Arabian Nights has been on my bookshelf since I was in high school. That is fair, though, because it's a lot to read. But I like the idea that they're short stories. And I'm also curious about, because that's, of course, the origination of Aladdin and Sinbad. I believe it was both of those. And I'm very curious how those were adapted by like Disney, into to the cartoons that we saw when we were younger to like from the original. So I don't know. I'll get to it eventually. Christina says, but if I could see 5 minutes, I would try to change it and then make it worse. That's what I'm saying. So that's the trade-off you got. But if you could see into the future 5 minutes, you don't have to use it. And if you can jump 5 feet by teleporting, you also don't have to use it. It could only be when absolutely necessary. And Zach says, I have a physical sprint timer. It doesn't startle me. And I set it for a few seconds before yours goes off. Okay. That's a good way to do it, Zach. Very, very smart. Jamie says the timer noise still gets me most of the time. The cat noise, especially, it makes my cats jump too some days. Oh no. I mean, if you guys want me to, I can try to find a different timer. Like I don't have to use this one going forward. Like for like the next sprints, I can try to find something else. It's up to you. It just has to be something that my computer won't try to crash running, like my poor very first ever sprint or 2 sprints that I did where I had my little alien race that was going on and it just like crashed everything. And I have a powerful computer too, but that website was janky as hell. So it was really the website. And Carissa says, that's why I love my Kindle. I use the dictionary feature all the time. It is nice. And I started doing something new that I never have done prior. So when I have read digital books in the past, I always would highlight stuff. But going back and finding your highlights is a royal pain in the butt on Kindle. That's honestly probably my biggest gripe about it is they don't make it to where like you can sort through them easily, because if you go into you get like a folder, right, where you can go and you can see all your highlights. Well, they mix them up and all of the quotes are out of context, and just trying to figure out like why you needed a certain quote, I just don't like it very much. But I started using the bookmark feature, which I didn't use ever. And it's been really helpful because now I can bookmark a page where I created a highlight and I can go back and I can look at it and I can jump around as I please, which has been wonderful. And I'm sure everybody else does that and has known about that feature forever. it's just me. I was being a goober and I didn't know, and it's great. Alicia, hello. You said hello, hello. Just joining, making dinner, and maybe reading House of Flame and Shadow. My entire house is either getting over a cold or getting one. Oh no, it never ends. I'm so sorry. That is not fun at all. It will end eventually, but it'll probably take like another week. You poor thing. Hello, Diane. How are you? And I hope that you are doing well. And what is it that you are working on tonight? You said evening. And Miss Starbucks says, I have a mandarin, and man, that thing is sour. Oh, mandarins are delicious. I love mandarins. Mm. But I like things that are sour and tart. Like that's like my probably my favorite flavor of any type of fruit is like something that's tart. Mm. Very good. Zach says, Hi, Diane. And Nicole says, Jamie, I found it Quo Vadis in May. Okay. I feel like you all had mentioned that prior for some reason. That or I saw it on your channel, Nicole, which also may be true. Jamie says, Nicole, excellent. I'll write it down so I don't forget. Woohoo. Emily says, Heidi, I watched the first season a while ago and I don't totally remember it well. And Nicole says, I just did too, Jamie. And Emily says, I did like it. And he says, Diane, what are you reading? Storm says, not a huge fan of Voxer, but I am on it as a few readathons I co-host with like it. I always end up typing my response instead of talking, which is fair. That's what you're used to. Zach says, yeah, definitely smaller pizzas. Damn DiGiorno. Heidi says, Emily, you should pick up the show again. I think it was 3 seasons. Starbucks says Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and there she is, 5 feet teleport girl. That's great. Nicole says, I love the cat. Every time it goes off, it confuses my son and husband. Jamie says, Nicole, Dusty Book Sniffers, which is that's just such a great name, by the way, such a great channel name. Uses a ticking clock noise at 5 minutes till the end that makes the end timer noise less of a surprise. Okay, that's nice. And Storm's laughing with Starbuck. Zach says, Nicole, LOL, worth it. And Nicole says, right, Zach? He says, how do y'all feel about book adaptations? The one that stood out to me is Stardust adaptation. Definitely a great one. I have never seen the Stardust adaptation by Neil Gaiman, but I love the novel. Like that's one of my favorite Neil Gaiman novels ever. So I'm actually really bummed that he didn't write the sequel because at least in the edition of Stardust that I have, there is a note. I think it was in the back, probably in like an author's note or something that said, one day I plan to write the sequel to this where our main character is going to have like his own adventure, and I just so badly wanted that to happen, and I just wonder if we're going to get it. Probably not. I'm not going to hold my breath for it, but that would be great. In terms of other book adaptations, I am one of those really weird people, and I've talked about this on here before, that whenever I see that a movie or a TV show has come out that is based off of a book, I always want to read the book first before I get to said movie or TV show. But then what happens is I read the book and then I go, well, I don't need to watch the movie or show because I've read the book and the book will be better, which is not great, probably because there are a lot of good like adaptations out there. But I'm just funny about it. I do plan to watch the Three Body Show, though, the Three Body Problem TV show that they made that came out in March. But I will do it only after I finish Death's End, which I'm planning on reading in April. But again, I'm so far behind on my reading. It's terrible. You said Lord of the Rings is also great, although I still prefer the book over Peter Jackson. That is one series that I have not read the books for, and I was introduced to those movies when I was a kid, so I love the movies. Love, love, love the movies. I don't think there's any reason that I wouldn't love them, even if I did read the books, but I'm glad to hear that you really love the books. I think that's fantastic. And Diane saying hi. Miss Starbucks says, I rather have a sweet mandarin, but it's healthy. I finished him. Good job. Zach says, fun fact, the W. Parker in my screen name stands for Wayne Parker. It's a Batman and Spider-Man reference. Oh, nice. I love that. Well, Keaton, my partner, was actually named after Michael Keaton, who played Batman. So I don't know whether that's a fun fact or not, but that is true. Like his mom really did name him after Michael Keaton. And our couple's name, by the way, for my family and other people who know us, is Alex P. Keaton. And if you get the reference, you know, and if you don't get it, that's okay too, because when I first heard it, I didn't get it, but that's how my mom refers to Keaton and I, Alex P. Keaton. And Miss Starbuck says, I think that ticking clock would be really distracting, actually, Jamie. And Heidi says, Rena, I just watched Stardust recently and I thought it was horrible. Oh no, with the exception of Michelle Pfeiffer. I like Michelle Pfeiffer. I do not like Neil Gaiman, so maybe that is why. Oh, I have DNF'd everything I try. Well, that would make sense then if you just don't like his works. I really do enjoy Neil Gaiman. My very first ever Neil Gaiman was The Ocean at the End of the Lane. No, yes, it was. I'm sorry. It was The Ocean at the End of the Lane. And then I ended up reading Good Omens, which was my second book by him, but my first Terry Pratchett. And then I read Stardust, and I've read American Gods, and I've read some of his short story collections, as well as his children's book series. Like, so I've read Coraline, Fortunately, The Milk, and The Graveyard Book, which I think the best of those three was definitely The Graveyard Book. And I have the intention to read his Norse mythology book. I need to read Anansi Boys. Um, and there's another one I'm forgetting. Like he has other ones that he's written, but there's like something else that he's written that I'm forgetting right now. But yeah, I do though really enjoy Neil Gaiman. So who knows? I don't, maybe I would like the Stardust adaptation. Oh, and you said, Alex, I thought you liked the adaptation of the Potato Society book. I have not seen that. I have not seen it. I know that they turned it into an adaptation, but that was one of those where, because when I was in high school, the Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society was my favorite book. When I found out that there was an adaptation, my immediate response was excitement, and then I got really worried because I was like, if I end up not liking this, will it taint me for the book? Which is usually how I end up feeling about things. I'm like, if I don't like the adaptation, will it make me dislike the book more? Which, again, probably isn't fair. Maybe I should get around to watching that. Maybe I can watch it the next time I do a reread of Guernsey, because I do plan to reread that book sometime relatively soon. Because I just want to see if I still love it as much as I did back when I was in high school. I have a feeling the answer is going to be yes. Faye says, oh my gosh, that's my headcanon about Keaton's name and your ship name, and they're real? Yes. Yes, Alex P. Keaton is real. Robert, what's up, Robert? How are you? You said just tuned in and get Alex. I wonder if you can cut your own head off. Yeah, talking about the teleportation power. If you can only jump ahead 5 feet and you're not careful enough and accidentally wind up partially in a wall. That's the reference, Robert. Oh, the Starbucks laughing at that too. You said that was a while ago, though, Robert. So true. Faye says, it's been that kind of day, Robert. It's been that kind of week. I don't know about you all. Every time I come to one of my shows lately, I feel like I'm like, yeah, it's been a crazy week. Now it's time to have the show. Life needs to just calm down for a little bit. That's what I'm saying. Heidi says, Alex, I love Alex P. Keaton. I think everybody did. Well, I'm glad, because my mom said that that was like her favorite character on that show. Why am I forgetting the name of the show now? Oh my gosh, that makes me so mad. Help me out. Alex P. Keaton, please tell me what show that was from, because I don't want to look it up while I'm on the while I'm live. Oh, there we go. Faye said Family Ties. Thank you. Yes, my brain kept going to All in the Family, and I'm like, that is absolutely not right. So thank you very much. And Robert said, Miss Starbuck, I was scared to jump in. You said, Faye, I hear you. And Miss Starbuck said, Robert, scared of us? Don't be. We aren't biting. Welcome here, by the way. And Jessica says, I'm home. I'm glad that you made it home. Or was it more like a Ricky Ricardo, Lucy, I'm home? And Carissa says, I'm going to head out. I have to go to work in a bit. Oh, well, I was so happy to see you, Carissa. Thanks for stopping by and good luck with work tonight. And thank you for coming to Sprints. And that is the end of the comments thus far, which means that you all need to tell me how long you want the next sprint to be. So go ahead and type it in. And then I'll come up with another question for you all. And Heidi says, Michael J. Fox before Back to the Future was Alex P. Keaton. Yes. Yeah, Michael J. Fox. And Heidi said 30. Heidi got it. 30 minutes. Miss Starbuck, a little too slow on the draw there, my friend. So maybe next time. Jessica's saying 60. You all are so goofy. Are you and Robert going to start typing in random numbers again, like 42? Miss Starbuck said, too late. Darn it. That's okay. You got next time. All right. So I got some more questions. Of course, got to have more questions. Okay, here's one. Debate which is better, camping with a fire pit in nature and you can be in a camper. It doesn't have to be in a tent. Or sleeping in a hotel in the city. What is better? What do you prefer? And Faye says Michael J. Fox equals Canadian. Yeah. And Miss Starbucks says 5 seconds. I don't know how much else I can say without giving you all an opportunity to answer some more questions. I got to give you that opportunity. And so I'm going to go ahead because I see the answers rolling into this question. Thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and get the terrifying cat up again for you all. And I'm going to wish you happy reading, and I will see you again in a little bit. Everybody, come on back. Hopefully that meow didn't scare everybody too bad. I am officially 40% of the way through Dorian Gray. I am in the chapter where the title of the book is, officially being explained and revealed, which is fun. I had already known about it just because it's a classic and I knew like kind of the reveal that was going to occur, but it's cool to see that it's happening so early on in the book. So I really like that. So before we left, I asked you all the question debate which is better, camping with a fire pit in nature, can include a camper, or sleeping in a hotel in the city. So I'm going to go back and find. Alicia was the first to answer. She said campfire. And Jessica says nature, always. And Diane says A Half-Baked Murder by Emily George is what you are reading tonight. I can envision the cover of that too, because I'm pretty sure I've seen that before. Is it any good though, or how far are you into it? Because if it's still early, maybe you don't know. But if you're pretty far in the way through, let me know how you're liking it. Zach says camping, but it's cheating if you bring more than you can carry. So I am also the type of person that I like camping in the traditional sense of like you bring stuff with you that like is rugged camping, I guess. But I have a lot of family that they have campers, and that is the only way that they will go camping is if they still have access to like air conditioning and a bed, which is funny. So, that's why I threw that in there because some people really enjoy that. But yeah, I like to sleep in a tent and just like enjoy the outdoor experience where you go home and you feel like you were sleeping outside. And Faye says camping, I find hotels creepy. Hotels can be creepy and creepy things happen in hotels. Robert says love that green jumper, by the way. Thank you. It is Keaton's. It's the Lo-Fi Girl hoodie. It's like a one size fits all type thing, and it is absolutely massive on me. But it has a giant pocket, and I like that a lot too. You said the question. I'm going with hotel because I feel like spending money. Okay, there you go. That was not a response that I was expecting, Robert. So you got me with that one. Heidi says camping 100 times over, but I only have done luxury camping with a tour company called Backroads. The best ever was camping at Zion National Park, where we had to just swim in the river to get clean. Honestly, sounds like a really cool time. And I would really enjoy that. When I was a teenager, I was 17. I went on what they called a horseback trip in Tennessee. And that is where, for an entire week, I did nothing but camp outside and ride horses in the mountains. And let me tell you, that was a really good time. I would do it again. Probably wouldn't be as durable now that I am, I'm a little bit older than I was then, but I would still totally do it. And Alicia says, I don't know which one would be better because I have done neither one, but I don't like creepy crawlers, so maybe a hotel in the city. That's a fair enough reason as any. My mom also doesn't like camping, but I enjoy it. And my dad, I never went camping with my dad, but I would assume because my dad likes to be comfy and he has back problems that he probably would not enjoy camping. So just throwing that out there. Diane says, my hubby says camper. My answer is a hotel in Paris with a fire pit on the balcony and a fireplace in living and sleeping areas. Okay. So kind of like the best of both worlds is like you're getting the comfort of the hotel room, but you're still getting your nice, luxurious fire. That is nice. I enjoy fireplaces. I don't have one. I'm like mixed about whether that makes me sad or not because like I'm okay not having one, but I did recently get myself one of those smokeless fire pits. If you all have ever seen the Solo stoves, they're really cool, but I did it wrong the first time that I used it, and I didn't like build the fire properly, so it just smoked everywhere. But I can tell you that myself, Keaton, Barker, and everything that we were wearing smelled delicious for a couple days. Like Barker smelled like a campfire for like 2 days, and he didn't get anywhere near it. It was just very smoky. And Keaton and I found that kind of funny. Barker's actually really good. In case you're curious, he does not get anywhere near an open flame, and he absolutely despises cooking noises. Like, he won't even go in the kitchen when we're making dinner. So, like, when I got the stove, I was a little nervous at first to be like, what's he going to do? He gives it like really wide perimeter. So, I'm super proud of him for that. That is the one way that Barker will not get into mischief. Good boy. And Jamie says, I've never been able to afford vacations and hotels. I like camping, but if I could afford it, I'd probably like a hotel in a city too. That's fair. I will agree that hotels are very expensive. Like, camping is one of those activities, one of those hobbies that is surprisingly inexpensive. Like, even for people who own campers, like if you park at a campground, it's really not that expensive because you're taking the whole like amenity with you, right? Like, that's what you're traveling with versus staying in a hotel where, depending on where you travel, you might be paying $200 to $300 a night for a hotel if you're not careful, or even sometimes like an Airbnb, which I get it and I don't. It stinks because it makes traveling less feasible for most people. Like, I could travel way more if the cost of traveling, like airfare and place to stay, was less expensive than it is. Jessica says, read chapter 6 and made a couple of notes. Good job. I made it to page, I think it was 102. 103. Close enough. Magnolia says both. I like both. I love the romance from camping, but I also love the luxury of the hotel. So I am not going to choose just both. Yeah, no, that's fair too. I also enjoy that luxury of going to a hotel sometimes because it's not something I get to do very often, but I get to camp even less. So I feel like camping would be like the most special of those things. It's one of the reasons why I bought the solo stove, is because I want to be able to experience the joy of camping even if I like can't leave my house that weekend, if that makes sense. Faye says 2 more chapters of Howls, and I think I could finish it during the next sprint. Awesome sauce. Nicole says, I do see what there is to debate. Both scenarios can be roughing it if not done well. That is honestly true. I would actually argue people have more bad experiences at hotels than I ever hear of bad experiences while camping, because like the worst experiences you're going to have while camping, I'm trying to think. It's like, okay, you could run into a bear, which would be scary, but not the end of the world. You could have a hole in your tent when it's raining. It would suck, but not dangerous. You wake up with a crick in your neck because you're sleeping on the ground. Okay, maybe not the most fun, but overall, like, not terrible. And you're not spending a ton of money to do it. If you go to a hotel where you're expecting there to be certain amenities and you go into like the bathroom and there's like mold in the bathroom, or it's in the summer and your AC doesn't work, or the bed is horribly uncomfortable, like, you spend a lot of money for a bad experience. So I feel like camping in that regard is just safer. Maybe you all would disagree with that, but that would be what I would say. Nicole says, Yay, Faye! And he also said, that's good for Barker not to like fire. My dog loved them. She would have sat in them if we let her. Oh no. Yeah, I'm very glad that he does not at all. Like, when it's completely burnt out, like the stove is cold, he'll kind of go up and be like, oh, what's that ash smell in there? But yeah, when it's going, no, won't go anywhere near it. He's like, I mean, seriously, wide berth, like feet away from it, which I'm very proud of, because he's mischievous in certain ways but can be smart in others. And I want to know what goes on in his little brain sometimes, like why he thinks that certain things are a danger or like good for him. I don't know. I wish I could talk to him like in English. Jessica says, T sprint this sprint. You aren't too far ahead of me in the book. I'm on page 85. That's awesome. That's good. We're close. Faye says, Nicole, was your dog's named Olaf? A Frozen reference. And Miss Starbucks says, well, a bear here in the Netherlands would be rare. Maybe escape from the zoo. Yeah, a bear in the US is not rare at all. But probably a weird person in that if I were out in nature and I ran into like, I don't know, like a mountain lion or a bear, I really wouldn't be scared. at all. Like I would probably like run after them and make noise and like try to scare them away. Because I don't know. I'm not terrified of them. The only reason I would be afraid of a bear or a larger animal is if I had Barker with me because he would be a target for a predator. Which I did have a fear, like I got scared that way when I was younger, and I had my very first dog. Her name was Bella, and she was a 10-pound Jack Russell. She was very small, even for a Jack Russell. And I let her outside once, and she was super smart, very smart dog. And she stood out on my patio, and I was really glad I was watching her because she made eye contact with a fox, and the fox was just staring her down. And I was like, if I don't get her back inside, that fox might try to eat her. And so that's really the only reason I would be scared. But I don't know if I don't have a sense of self-preservation or what it is, but I'm not afraid of bears. I don't know. I'd be afraid for everybody else but me. And Nicole says, a favorite camping scene in books, a walk in the woods, camping in his basement, and 3 men in a boat camping in the rain. Oh, that's so fun. I love that. Rena says, going to prep for the bunk down. Good night, everybody. Good night to you too. Thank you so much for joining. I was happy to see you. Good to hear from you. Miss Starbucks said, the last one is a classic as well, isn't it, Nicole? And Jessica says, see, I can't justify spending $300 on a hotel room most of the time when you can bring your own stuff and get that beautiful fresh air plus roasting marshmallows. Absolutely. And honestly, no joke, the best pineapple upside down cake I ever had in my life was made in a pot over a campfire. It was amazing. It was in a cast iron pot. I would do it again if I could. Somebody else made it for me, and I never got the recipe because I was a kid, and I just wish that I had that because now that I have a solo stove, I would try to recreate it. And Nicole says, Faye, nope, but it could have been. She was a Shih Tzu, so there was no way she could. She also loved the space heater. Oh, there's no way that she was cold. Is that where you were saying? I apologize, Nicole. I'm probably completely reading that wrong. I think my brain's not working. And you said, Miss Starbuck, yes, short and hilarious. Christina says, hubby just got home for his lunch break, going to have some supper, roast beef, yum. Enjoy it. I hope it's lovely. And Faye says, Nicole, aw. And you said, oh boy, 3 of my library holds just came in and I already have too much to read right now. Oh boy, love it when that happens. I admittedly have not placed a hold on a library book before because I get so impatient for wanting to read something that I don't want to wait for like 20 other people to get to it first. So I just like pick something else and I'll just wait until the book becomes available, which might sound ridiculous, but I just haven't done it yet. And Miss Starbuck said, I would just hug the bear or mountain lion. We have foxes here and wolves again as well. I would actually love to run into a wolf. Wouldn't be scared either. Yeah. I did a howling with the wolves one night, which was really cool. You get together as a group, and they're wolves that are at a sanctuary. So, they have interactions with people, but they're like specially trained people. And there's like a chain link fence that borders between you and them. And they like lead you and they teach you about the wolves, of course, and about their pack structure and who the different ones are and why they're in the conservation area. And they tell you like how to howl with them and how you have to do it in cycles. Like not everybody howls at once. You have to like stagger your howling because that's the way the wolves actually do it. And then like if you do it well enough, the wolves will howl back at you, which was really cool. Highly recommend if you have anything like that near you to go and do that sometime. It's a fun family activity. Like they let kids do it. And Jessica said, the other plus for camping is that there isn't any dangerous things out in the open in New Zealand. That's fair too. There you go. We got plenty of dangerous things here. Plus like ticks, like the greatest danger that you could experience most likely is Lyme disease. Just throwing that out there. And Miss Starbucks says, sounds nice, Nicole. And Heidi says, Christina, I was at Madison Square Garden to see my hockey team, and I had a prime rib hoagie fully loaded. I think I'm good for a year without eating meat now. That Honestly, sounds so good. And Nicole says, "Yes, sorry, there's no way my dog was cold. She just never adjusted to moving out to Arizona or out of Arizona." Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, if you're used to the heat, you just want to like just want to be warm. I would probably love being in Arizona because I am sick of being cold. Like I cannot tell you how tired of it I am. Zach says the rule with bears is if it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lay down. If it's white, say goodnight. You'll generally survive anything but a polar bear. Well, I really don't think that I have to be worried about running into a polar bear where I live unless I'm going to go up to like no, they're probably are they in the Arctic Circle or are they in Antarctica? They're probably in Antarctica, if I had to guess. I don't know. Do let me know. Um, if it's white, say goodnight. Is that because they're just so huge? I mean, I know polar bears are pretty giant, but I mean, other than at the zoo, yeah, I don't think I have to worry about seeing one. And Nicole says, "What if it's gray, Zach?" If it's gray, say nay. Faye says, one of the characters on Ghosts is a character on Ghost because she tried to hug a bear. Oh, I wouldn't try to hug it, just to be clear. I wouldn't walk up to him and be like, "Oh, you're so cute. Look at you." I just wouldn't be terrified of it. I would like make eye contact with it and I'd be like, "Well, you better get away." And then I'd like chase it. That would probably be what I would do. And Jessica says, "Oh my god, I would love to do an experience like that with the wolves." Yeah, they're it's super cool. The Starbucks said, "Woo, that sounds so cool, Alex." It is. And then what's nice too is they had like a little shop where you could buy like different pictures of whichever wolf was your favorite and different memorabilia, and all of the money went to their sanctuary. And I appreciate that. And they told us about how they will actually like get roadkill too. Like if there's a deer that got hit on the highway, depending on when the deer is found, if the meat is fresh enough, like they will actually have people collect it and donate it to them so that it gets fed to the wolves and doesn't go to waste, which I thought was really cool. That's awesome. The Starbucks says, Faye, yeah, that's me. Hello. Zach says, Nicole, I don't know. It might be old or sick. Alicia says, honestly, poison ivy scares me more than any animal would. So true. So true. Yeah. Don't want poison ivy and I don't want ticks. I'm serious. Like I have a fear of Lyme disease more than I would being attacked by a bear. And Heidi says, Alaska. Are there are polar bears in Alaska? I've never been to Alaska, so forgive my ignorance on that. I fully believe you. I mean, I it does get really cold there, so I guess it would make sense for them to be there. Zach says polar bears will stalk you for weeks if that's what it takes. Well, when you live in the frigid, freezing cold and, you go long stretches of time between when you're going to be able to eat, it would make sense that they would, honestly, because their only other option would be to try to hunt prey that they can't see under the ice. So if they can see you, you're an easy target. Honestly, I don't blame them. As Starbucks said, "Oh, I actually really do want to do that with mostly all animals. Get up and, oh, you are so cute. Huggy." Maybe not. Nicole said, I had a friend who weed whacked his poison ivy by accident. He was fine, but it wasn't pretty. I think the worst is people who don't know they touch it and then they touch other parts of themselves. Like, of course, there's a horror story of people who go to the bathroom, right? And they don't know. But like, I imagine getting that like on my face because they talk all the time about like, oh, you unconsciously touch your face all the time. And I know that I do that. Like, I'll rub my eyes or touch my eyebrows and stuff. And I just imagine like having a poison ivy outbreak somewhere on me and that would be so awful. I've been very lucky. I've never gotten it. And some people say if you hang out in the woods and you haven't gotten it at a certain point, you might be immune. But I also think it's just because I've always worn tall pants and I wash my hands like nobody's business. So I don't really know why I haven't gotten it, but I've been lucky. Alicia says, I got it from my chickens last year and it ruined me for almost a month. Oh, is it because they ate it? Or did they rub around in it and you like picked them up and carried them? Oh, that sounds awful. Miss Starbucks says, I don't know if we have that plant here. If you don't, you're lucky. You don't want it. Poison ivy and poison oak, both. Not fun. He said, if we have, I have no idea what it looks like. Oh dear, I should Google it. You might not have it. I don't know like what poisonous plants You have we have a lot of things in the US that in nature are bad for us, but we also have a lot of very beautiful land. So I won't complain. Go ahead, you all, and let me know how long you want the next sprint to be. See if our like fast typers get in there. Alicia says, no, it was on their feathers and I picked them up. Oh, you poor thing. A whole month is how long that lasted. I mean, like, do you have like a severe reaction? Like, are you hyper allergic to poison ivy or is that normal? Because I didn't think that it lasted that long. I would have thought maybe like, I don't know, a week and a half at most. And Jessica wants a whole hour. Okay. Yeah, that's a long time. Um, Jessica, would you be willing to settle for 45 minutes? Because I usually like to do a sprint between 30 and 45 minutes. Would that be acceptable? And Miss Starbucks said, we do have it here. Okay. Good to know. Even in your Providence. Okay, well, good. Now you can be aware of its existence and you cannot touch random plants that look like poison ivy so that you won't be horribly unhappy. Alicia says, it's not normal for everyone. Apparently, I get it pretty bad. Okay. I was gonna say that sounds like a pretty severe reaction. So I'm so sorry. I hate that for you. Miss Starbucks said, I should really remember how it looks like. Well, maybe you will now. And yeah, Nicole was saying 45, and Jessica says 45 is fine. I'm just lagging behind. LOL. No, that's totally okay. I really try. I don't want to usually do anything that's less than 30 or over 45 minutes. So I appreciate you being flexible there. So thank you for that, my friend. I will go ahead and I will get the timer set up for 45 minutes. There we go. And then I'm going to give you all a new question. Let's see. What are we going to do? Oh, this will be okay. So we were talking about animals. This one could be fun. Would you rather have a pet that constantly judged your fashion choices or one who narrated your entire life in a movie trailer voice? There you go. All right. I'm going to get the timer pulled up here. And I'm going to wish you all happy reading. And I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 122, which is also the beginning of chapter 9. And a tragedy has happened. And it's so sad. And I wasn't expecting it at all. So this book is actually quite good. I'm enjoying it so far. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have a pet that constantly judged your fashion choices or one who narrated your entire life in a movie trailer voice? And I gotta go find the last comment here. And Faye said, my cat already judges my life choices. That's fair. The cats do that. Robert says, I went down the Lo-Fi Girl rabbit hole and the YouTubes is making a Lo-Fi Girl figure. Oh, it's $70. Nope. Figures are surprisingly expensive. Like even certain like Funko Pops are really expensive anymore. I also wouldn't spend that money, Robert. I don't blame you, but Keaton bought this, so I don't know how much this was, but I can tell you that this was an excellent purchase, and I very much enjoy it. Of course, we're getting ready to head into the warmer weather, so there's not much longer that I'll be wearing it this season, but it was still he made a good purchase. Faye says, not too much of a stretch that she judges my fashion too. Well, but she doesn't actually know what's fashionable, right? She's just kind of like looking at it inquisitively. Because Barker does the same thing. Whenever I choose an outfit, he kind of just looks at me like, what clothes are you picking today? The Starbucks says, movie voice. That actually might be funny, at least for a little longer than the annoying judging. I got you. You said be funny. Robert says, Faye, I have two monsters judging me. Faye says, come to think of it, she does hate the sweater I'm wearing today. She gets static prickles from it when we cuddle, and she's above that sort of thing, you know. Yeah, I get that. I hate that it's been so dry. Like the air has been really dry because the static shocks have been unbearable. I got poor Barker today. It was actually kind of funny because it didn't hurt Barker at all. So Keaton was petting Barker, and I went and I booped Barker's nose and I shocked Barker, but it actually went through Barker. He didn't respond to it at all. Shocked Barker and went through to Keaton. And Keaton was like, ah, as he was touching Barker. So I did find that kind of funny because Barker was completely unperturbed. But I always feel bad because he's so sweet. When we have these blankets that are made of like the same material out on our couch, and when the air's really dry, he knows that there's static. So he like reaches a little paw out and he'll just like gently touch it, waiting for the static shock to happen. And then when he hears it, he'll continue to walk. He's very smart. He likes to pretend like he's not, but he's very smart. Jamie says, I would love to have my cats narrate my life. That would be cute. And Zach says, judgmental fashion pet. I don't really make fashion choices, so all they'd have to say is, ugh, that again. Alicia says, I don't think I could handle my animals narrating my every move. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as like, I don't think I'd want Barker to narrate my life, but I would find it funny to hear what he thinks of like my purple flannel today. Like what does Barker consider to be a good shirt, or a good pair of pants? Robert says, if the judging voice sounds like Ava Gardner, I'm good with that. My luck, it would be Roseanne Barr. No, I mean like movie trailer voice, right? So think of like it. I guess you could. What if we did like a horror movie trailer? I didn't say what kind of movie trailer because I was thinking kind of like action or something. But what about the really deep voice that the guy gives for horror narrations? That would be hilarious, actually. Faye says David Attenborough could be fun. You know what? David Attenborough would be fun. Very much so. I don't know who it would be for a female voice. Maybe like Sigourney Weaver, because I'm trying to think of other people who have voiced like the animal shows. You have like Oprah Winfrey and Sigourney Weaver and Benedict Cumberbatch and David Attenborough. And I know there are other people, but those are the four that I can think of right now. So what, what if it was one of their four voices? That would be awesome. Laura says, got to chapter 15 of Crown of Midnight, but off to bed now. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for joining, Laura. So happy to see you, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Also, I wanted to tell you the art for your channel that you have in your bubble is really cute, and I love it. So hope you have a good night. Miss Starbuck said, I would love to have that famous guy from all the movie trailers actually as a voice. See, that was who I was thinking of as like the very famous movie trailers that we all know. Or the honest trailer guy. Yes, the honest trailer guy is really good too. And his is funny. So if it was his voice, then you know that whenever your life was being narrated, it would be super sassy and sarcastic, which could be hilarious. Miss Starbucks says, I don't think I know that guy. We'll need to look him up. You would find him funny. I promise. You would enjoy it. And he does it for games and for movies. So you could find, like, if you have like a favorite anything, he's probably done a trailer for it at some point. Faye says he does a great impression of the movie trailer guy, but everything he says is hilarious. Exactly. Dee Dee, what's up? How are you? You said stop by to show some love and say a quick hi before I head to bed. Well, thank you so much. I'm happy to see you. I hope you have wonderful sleep and good dreams tonight. Jessica says, I mean, my pets do already constantly judge my fashion sense. They either love me or avoid me depending on how fluffy I am. Oh, that's sweet, actually. Barker definitely likes it when I'm more cuddly. Like wearing something like this, he would just curl into me because he likes it when it's soft. And Keaton and I have had this, it's not like a debate, but we've had a discussion before of like how does he respond to things that are fluffy? Because of course, like dogs and cats, they're covered in hair, right? So it's not like rubbing this on my bare skin would feel the same as rubbing it on his fur. But I'm sure that they have to be able to tell that things like this are soft from like a pressure sense. Like that's always how I think of it, is like they like laying on a pillow. Like laying on a pillow feels softer than laying on the floor, even if you can't tell what the fabric of the pillow feels like. I don't know. What do you all think? Do you think that they can feel like soft things like this, or is it more that they just go, "Oh, that's cushy"? I vote cushy. Keaton feels like they like feel the material, like that they feel that it's soft. Emily says, fashion judge since all I ever wear are baggy, comfortable clothes. And after a while, even my pet would get tired of saying the same thing over and over. Oh, so you're basically just making them, you're like, just shut up. We all know. We all know I wear the same thing every day. Jessica says, now up to chapter 8, things are starting to fall into place, although without spoiling it, I think Dorian is still a wee bit naive at this point. I promise, Jessica, that that's not going to last very long. He's, I really see where the story is going now. Miss Starbuck says, I'm at chapter 11 and it almost sets me asleep. No. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That is putting you to sleep. And Jessica says, I started doing crossword puzzles for the last 10 minutes. That's nice. I like number crosswords. And he said, oh, I love tragedy. Nicole says, oh, yes, you got to that first crazy event. Yeah, it makes me wonder what the other crazy events are going to look like if that's what we're starting with. That's what shocked me. I'm like, we got to ramp up from here, I would assume. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting. Jamie says, I got to 86% in Medea by Eilish Quinn and heated up leftover homemade tortilla soup for lunch. Oh, that sounds so good. And Nicole says 20 pages in Dorian Gray. He's definitely not morally gray. Maybe he should have been Dorian Black. Oh, well, it. But wouldn't that I don't know. What is the association with like colors and morality? Because if he was white, does white mean that he's pure and black mean that he's bad? Because isn't that generally considered bad in like literary symbolism? I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it too much. Tell me your thoughts on that, Nicole. What do you think? Because I agree with you. He is not morally gray. He starts out like that. He starts out being kind of like, oh, he seems all right, but he's definitely not now. Miss Starbucks says, I will look him up tomorrow, Faye. And Faye says, I finished Howl's Moving Castle. Great job. You did it during the last sprint. Well done. And there's Bubby tip-tapping around. He just went out for a walk. That's how Keaton and I denote whenever we're going to take him out. Like we'll either spell it or we go like this to symbolize before we tell Barker. Because the second you say walk in front of him, he's like, and he like freaks out. He wants to go. It's so sweet. Miss Starbucks says, have that still on my wish list. Is it good, Faye? And Christina says, supper finished and have just a couple minutes left of the chapter. Good job. Faye says, Miss Starbuck, I enjoyed it. Not my usual kind of thing, but it's fun. And Jessica says, so I'm guessing Dorian Gray starts picking up the pace from here on in. I would argue interesting things are happening with his character development. That is what I would say. Miss Starbucks says, nice, Faye. Alicia says, I just pictured Bobcat Goldthwait narrating my life. I'm going to look up who that is because I don't know, Alicia, but I like the name. That sounds fun. Hang on. Come in, honey. I'm talking to people. You want to say hi?
Hi, people. He had a big one.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that he's doing well and that he's healthy.
Do you want me to close this?
Yes, please. He's good in here.
No, I mean the window.
Oh, yes, please. The chain. Thanks, honey. I was going to get it on the next break. And Jamie says, I'd want a good streaming webcam so my cat could be on my channel and bring in viewers all day. Just kind of like a live cam. If Barker had his own live cam, you all would probably fall asleep because he would sleep the whole day unless I'm home. And then he's like either asleep or running around being like, you need to play with me, which is very cute. Zach says, I think the Honest Trailers guy's name is John Bailey. He does real movie trailers too, and he does a surprising amount of other voices too. I didn't know that. I thought that was like his only thing. Jamie says, they can feel soft things, but they may not always value softness as much as we do. Okay. Robert says, hashtag I stand with Cushy. And Nicole says, by the way, if you're doing the read along on Storygraph, it'll put a red dot next to chapter forums that have new comments in them. I've seen a yellow dot for updates. So I wonder why yours shows up as red and mine is showing up as yellow. Unless I'm looking at it wrong, which is probably the case. I'd be more likely to blame myself. Nicole says, right, if that's the start, what's the finish? That's what I'm wondering. And you said white is pure and innocent. I suppose so, because that's like the whole thing about wearing a white wedding dress on your wedding day, right? It's supposed to show purity. Yeah, I guess. Jamie says, my cats have claimed another soft blanket, super soft, fluffy yellow one I have draped on the couch to dry. Simon and Christopher really like soft, fluffy things. Oh, that's so sweet. I love that. Miss Starbucks says, Nicole, it doesn't always match on a Storygraph. It said I was at chapter 7, but I was at chapter 9. So it depends on which version you have of the book, I suppose. Yeah. So Miss Starbuck, usually what I do is even though my percentage isn't exactly the same as the one on Storygraph, I just update it to whatever percentage is needed to be able to unlock the chapter I'm now done with. And that's the way that I answer it. So no, it's not going to be like a perfect 1-to-1, but it can be close. Jessica says, hello. And oh, honey, everybody was saying hi to you. Oh, hi. He said, oh, hi, yelling from the other room. Jessica says, anyway, as I was typing, if I wanted anyone to narrate my life, it would be Bob Ross. Oh, yeah, that would actually be pretty great because he would be so smooth and just calm and charming. He would probably make me feel better in times when I was extremely anxious. Miss Starbuck said, oh, that would be very calming, actually, Bob Ross. Yeah, I agree. Zach says, Bobcat Goldthwait made it good found footage Bigfoot movie, but I can't remember the title at the moment. And Nicole says, the color black in Western literature always has negative connotations, white purity, gray, unchanging, neutral, stable. Remember this in terms of classic lit. No, so Nicole, I should clarify that I did know that for traditional symbolism, that's the way that it's referenced. I just... there's not a lot of nuance in that, I guess. But you're right, for classic lit, like that is going to be something that's heavily emphasized. So I'll try not to think about it too much. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And Keaton says, hi. And Sabrina, hello, my friend. How are you? You said, I only had a second. My husband and I are watching the Three Body Problem, but I wanted to pop on and say hi. Hope you're doing well. Also thinking about reading Three Body Problem. You liked it. Yes, I did. I gave it 5 stars, and I am really interested to try the show. Heidi, who is on right now, is watching it, and she said that it's pretty good. So I'm glad that you are enjoying it. I don't know what the TV show is like at all, but I know that the book, the way that it's written, might not be for everybody. So if you end up picking it up, I'd be very curious to hear what you think. But I'm so happy to see you. because it's been a minute, and I hope you're doing well. Jamie says, I'd love if my cats could do a Kermit the Frog voice. Nicole says, yes, it would be based on which book edition you told Storygraph you're reading. Said hi to Keaton. And Alicia says, Willow Creek is the movie. That must be the found footage Bigfoot thing. Jamie says, I need to read Three Body Problem this year, maybe in June. Well, I hope that you enjoy it. Alicia says, hi, Keaton. And Miss Starbucks says, I'm going to bed. Okay, my friend. Good to see you. And I hope you have a wonderful evening and sweet dreams, Magnolia. Good night. Christina says, hi, Keaton. And Nicole is saying good night to Miss Starbuck. He said, I'm very tired. So bye, all. It was fun again. It was very fun. Thank you for coming and for showing up as always. Bye. And all right, you all need to tell me what you want the next sprint length to be, 30 or 45 minutes. Do tell, do tell. And Zach says, thank you, Alicia. What's the next sprint length going to be? 30 or 45 minutes. All right, 45 it is. Both Christina and Jessica want 45. No problem at all. So I think I'm going to make this the second to last sprint just because we're already at like over the 3-hour mark. And when we come back, we're going to be almost at 4 hours. Christina said 47, Robert 27, Jessica 73. Oh, y'all are so nice to me. Yes, that is perfectly wonderful. 45 minutes. This will be the second to last. So I'm going to give you all your next question, which is, would you rather sneeze confetti or have your laugh sound like a slide whistle? These are the real questions. So I'm going to go ahead and get the cat that scares everybody pulled back up here. And I will see you all. Oh, wait, Alicia. Oh, Alicia's saying goodnight too. She says, I'm thinking of going to call it a night and rest. Allergies are too much right now. Thank you for sprints. I'm sorry you're not feeling great. I hope you feel better this weekend and take care of yourself. Good to see you. Bye, Alicia. All right, everybody. Got the timer up. Happy reading, and I will see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back from the second to last sprint. Made it to chapter 10, page 134, 53% of the way through the book. And what a decline we have entered. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather sneeze confetti or have your laugh sound like a slide whistle? So let me see what you all said. And Christina was the first to answer and said, sneeze confetti. And Alicia wants to sneeze confetti as well. And Christina says, because there's less germs. And Jessica says, that makes me giggle just thinking about it. And Alicia says, thank you so much. Have a good night. Oh, yeah, she has gone to bed. Christina says, night, Alicia. Sleep well, feel better. And Zach says, confetti sneezes. And Angel says, sneeze confetti. So far, nobody has said slide whistle, which actually kind of surprises me. Robert says, sneeze rainbow confetti. The children would love it. Yeah, that'd be like a new clown trick. You know, like when they pull the scarf out of their throat or out of their nose and it just like keeps going. It's like, imagine if you could sneeze confetti, you'd be like the best clown at a children's party ever. Faye says a slide whistle laugh because there's no way I'm sweeping up loads of confetti every time I get the sneezes. What if it was just like a tiny puff? What if it was like one of those party poppers, you know, and it just go poof and that's it. It wasn't like an avalanche of confetti. But that's fair. You're saying slide whistle. And Nicole's saying the number of times, Dorian Gray made me go, ooh, yeah, I am with you right now. And Nicole said 10 mind-blowing pages in Dorian Gray. Yeah, it's wild. And I know you're a lot farther in it than I am, so it's going to get even crazier. And Rachel, welcome. Good to see you. You said, hey, Alex, hope you're having a fantastic day. Thank you so much. I hope you are as well. I'm happy to see you. And Rachel said, hey, Nicole and Christina. And you also said, answer, sneeze, confetti, give a little extra surprise in public. Heck, people might find a good 20-foot distance and not talk to me. That's fair. You know, if you're like really worried about social distancing and you don't want people to be anywhere near you and not to touch you, you give one sneeze of confetti and people are going to go, what the hell? And they're going to think something is going on. And Nicole says, Rachel. And also said, laugh like a slide whistle because we all get used to it. Confetti is fun only while airborne. That's true. I would, I guess, if I sneezed in public, always feel the compulsion to need to clean up any confetti that I created. But I also feel like if I sneezed confetti, I would come up with some way to do a good containment of it. Because think about it. If Christina made the good point that there's not germs anymore because you're not sneezing air, you're sneezing confetti. You could, instead of doing the whole elbow thing, which is what I do, you could use both of your hands and sneeze the confetti into it and then, you know, get a trash can and throw it away. And like nobody would be worse for wear. People would be very confused, but not worse for wear. And I think I would probably prefer that to a slide whistle laugh. My laugh isn't great in general, but like my full belly laugh, like where I like wheeze and I can't breathe, that's one of my favorites. And I don't think I'd want that to sound like a slide whistle. And Rachel says, Nicole, what if you and I just team up and go around town being the most delightful menace so to many people's lives? And Emily says, definitely sneeze confetti every day would be a party. LOL. And Faye says, I read 3 whole pages of Mysteries of Udolpho before I was interrupted and had to do chores. Not exactly what I call making a dent. Well, you at least did something. So good job. Nicole says 12 pages in Jonathan Strange. Good job. Christina says, things keep happening. Still hoping to read a bit. I have about 25 pages left to read in my book. We have not switched to read with the kiddo yet. Whoops. Maybe I should before he goes to bed. Yeah, that sounds nice. Maybe get like a chapter or part of a chapter in. Christina says that's what they make vacuums for. It's true. I mean, if you did it like at home or outside, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if I was just imagining being in like a restaurant and all of a sudden you have confetti all over the floor and it's like, oh no, like I don't want somebody else to have to clean that up. I hate making messes in public. I don't want to make it somebody else's problem. So I probably would go and pick up like every little piece of confetti that I could. At least it's not sparkles. Because here's the thing, confetti can easily be swept up, but if it was glitter, that shit wouldn't come out of anything. Like, I'd have glitter on me permanently, and so would everybody else that I happened to sneeze in the vicinity of. So thank goodness it wasn't glitter. And Nicole says, Faye, at least it's confetti. Nicole! I swear to God, I did not even see your comment. I am not kidding. We shared a brain cell. It was like vibrating between the two of us. I cannot believe that was the next comment. Oh, that kills me. Faye, but I'm still with you on the whistle. Oh my gosh, that got me. I'm shocked. Jamie says, it got to page 30 in Drown by Junot Diaz. Very nice. I hope it's good. I think I did something. My jaw feels tight right here for whatever reason. So if you see me doing something weird, it's because my jaw is tight. Christina says, sparkly confetti would be even more fun. No sparkles. Christina says, Rachel. And Faye says, I hate vacuuming even more than I hate sweeping. Vacuuming is actually like a good chore for me. Like, that's one of the ones I enjoy. My least favorite chore is doing dishes. And Jessica says, on page 114, so I'm slowly seeing the nosedive. I'm expecting it to darken real quick from this point. Yes, I feel that. And Christina gave an LOL. Faye said, and never underestimate my ability to sneeze 7 times in a row, Alex. That sounds like my friend Dylan. When we were in college together, I actually would count the number of times he would sneeze, because it was like never a full sneeze. It was like a sneeze, and it would go. And I think one of the highest was like over 10 in a row. It was pretty brutal. And he was always exhausted afterwards, which I could imagine it would be. So yeah, I get that. Nicole's laughing. Alicia says, if I sneeze confetti in public, I would give jazz hands and walk away, leaving him guessing. I like that. Jamie says, confetti might be okay, even better if it's undyed natural fibers or even with local native plant seeds in it. Oh, yeah. So you can just like plant flowers wherever you go. That sounds nice. Nicole's laughing at Alicia. And Nicole says, oh, well, I'm on board with Rachel, just causing mayhem. And Rachel says, oh, hi, Jamie. And hey, Alicia. And Nicole says, how are the mysteries, Faye? I have high hopes. Alicia says, hi, Rachel. Faye says, Nicole, every time it starts getting exciting, it gets kind of boring for a while. I'm not sure how I feel about it. That's not very fun. Christina says, achoo! I mean, hooray! Happy birthday! Nicole says, no! Now our sneezes involve carbon footprint and cleaning. I'm out. And Christina says, glitter makes it more fun. I disagree. Zach says, Harry Dresden gets the sickness called conjunctivitis. I've heard of conjunctivitis, where he can sneeze almost anything, including anvils. Oh, like he's conjuring, conjuritis. Am I saying that right? Conjuritis. Yes, I am. That's actually pretty great. I love that. That's a good gag. Conjuritis. Sneeze anything, including anvils. Rachel says, on the other hand, if it was glitter, it would give me an excuse to just sing shiny all the time. And Nicole says, oh, I was laughing and thinking, wait until you see my comment next. I seriously cannot believe that happened. I'm not even joking. Faye says, LOL. And Jessica says, too many facials from reading Dorian Gray will do it. Tight jaw. Yeah, maybe that's part of it. I don't know. That, or it was the fact I was like really chomping on a pear earlier. Pears are one of my favorite fruits, and I got like very juicy, ripe ones from Meijer, and I was just having a good old time. Because Keaton told me, he's like, I don't think I really like pears. I've never had a good pear. And I was like, well, I love them, and I know how to pick them, so just you wait. And I went in there, and I was like, take a bite of this. And he's like, oh, that's really good. It's like, yeah. It's because it's my pear. My pears are awesome. But I think I did something, because it really does. I feel it like right here, you know, where your jaw moves next to your ear. That's where I'm feeling it. Nicole says, oh no, Faye, I thought there was pacing issues in the romance too, but not that frequently. I know, that's too bad. Christina says, yes, Alicia, I love that. And Nicole says, no glitter. Glitter yarn and scarves are what you give to people you don't like. Yeah, and glitter bombs too. If you've ever seen those videos for individuals who steal Amazon packages, there was this engineer. I thought it was very funny. He came up with like a glitter stink bomb. So if somebody opened up a fake package, like a thief took it and put it in their car, it would emit the worst odor and it would spray glitter all over their entire vehicle. And I just love that. They deserve that. Don't be a thief. Don't be a shitty person. Like somebody is going to get you. And Christina says, my hubby loves the Dresden books. And Zach says, I love the stuff that I love in the Dresden Files, but I really don't like the stuff I don't like. I mean, you like what you like and you don't like what you don't like. And Christina says, I love yarn. And he also says, people that gave me yarn, I would think they liked me. And Nicole says, Mark Robber and his glitter bombs, epic. Yes. Okay, good. I'm glad that you have seen that and know what I'm talking about. Let's see. I know that I have, I'm sure I've put the Dresden Files at this point because I'm fairly certain we have talked about them before in my wish list, but I wrote them down anyway because I can't think of the cover immediately, which makes me question whether I added them or not. But I like anything that's got that kind of sense of humor. I think that's hilarious. Christina says, now I must rethink my life. No, always assume positive intent with people. That's something that I try to do. I'm trying to think of the phrase as well that a friend of mine I work with. I was having some issues with like some contractors because that's another thing I have to do for my job is like I help manage contractors. And there were people who were they just had bad behavior. And he said something to me one day where he goes, never assume malice where like ignorance will do, basically just saying somebody might behave in a certain way just because they're being foolish, but don't assume that it's because like they're trying to be mean to you, which I thought was fair. Yugi, hello, good to see you. You said, hey, what's up? Just got here. Well, you got here just in time for us to do our final sprint, which is going to be 30 minutes. I have decided because we're already over the 4-hour mark. So I'm just going to do a nice 30-minute sprint to end our evening. And Nicole said, unless glitter is involved, then it may be evil. Yeah. I mean, like if somebody put a bunch of glitter in an envelope and mailed it to me, I would assume that that was to be cruel. 100%. Robert says 1800 seconds. Thank you, Robert. And Rachel says, humor is a big part of why I love Kings of the Wild so much. Yeah, I was really sad because yesterday I was watching a short, and I'm not going to say whose short it was, but it was this guy who was reading Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and he's like, does this get better? Like, is this actually funny? I'm 30 pages into this book and I haven't laughed once and I think the humor is cringy. And I'm over here like, well, I have an incredibly dry sense of humor. My sense of humor is like a burnt piece of toast. And so I love those books. Like, I understand British humor quite well. So I love them. And it just made me so sad to hear somebody say that they didn't like them. But I also like books that try to be like, I don't know, quirky too. So there's that. So I wrote that one down too, Rachel. And Zach says the first 3 Dresden Files are really bad. Oh, good. But books 7 through 12 are amazing. The first 3 are bad, though. That's maybe not the best endorsement, but I respect the honesty. And Christina says, I've had people do that. I love it. Alicia says, I think that is a Napoleon Bonaparte quote. Is it? Oh God, please tell me I'm not quoting Napoleon. I don't think that's who I want to be. I don't know if that's what I want to be quoting today. Hold on 1 second. Don't attribute to malice. Yeah, don't attribute. Oh no, it's Hanlon's razor. Yeah, never attribute to malice which is adequately explained by stupidity. Hanlon's razor. There we go. Yeah, good. I don't want it to be Napoleon Bonaparte. Christina says, I think it is the fairy blood. He said, I am a magpie. And Rachel's laughing. And Christina says, what about 4 through 6? Yeah, these are the questions. Yuki says, I recently got into Old Ma's War. I really laughed out loud multiple times. Old Ma's War. Okay. You guys are giving me some ideas. Old Ma's War. Thank you. And Heidi says, Rachel Moog is the best character in Wild. There you go. All right, I got to give you all your last question for the evening here. So, I'm just going to make this a simple one. What is your go-to food when you are under the weather? When you're not feeling very well, what is it that you like to eat? And Heidi says, Zach, can I start at book 7? That is also a good question. Like, is it something where you need the buildup, or are they kind of like standalone books? And Christina says, sparkly things, shiny things, yarn, buttons. Yes, please. Maybe you are a magpie. Maybe that's your spirit animal, and I love that for you. All right, everybody. I'm going to put up. Oh, I got to change the time. 1 second. I got to change the time. There we go. All right. Here is our. Maybe if I could just not start it too quickly. Here is our last sprint for the evening. I'm going to wish you all happy reading, and we're gonna finish the evening out, or morning, or wherever you are, out strong. So I will see you all in a little bit, and happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back from the last sprint of the evening. I got through another chapter, and I believe that I am getting ready to start chapter 11, which means that I am over halfway through the book. I'm on page 144 of 254. So I don't know how much of the end is actually like the end pages, but I have 110 pages left fully in the book. So that feels really good. Super happy about that. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is your go-to food when you are under the weather? Go back here to the last one that we got in. And Christina says mashed potatoes. Christina, you and I are in the same boat because mine is a baked potato with butter, sour cream, salt, and pepper. That's all I want. But it's got to be like a lot of butter and sour cream. He also said, or beef broth. Depends on the type of under the weather. That's very fair. You all have talked before about beef broth, and I need to try that. I really do, because I wonder if I would just enjoy drinking that for the health benefit. And Rebecca said, or wait, no, Rachel. Why did I say Rebecca? Sorry. I work with two Rebeccas. That's probably why. Rachel said, answer if I have it homemade bread nuts or bread buns. I really can't read anymore. Is it? It's because it's 9:45. I'm sorry. Homemade bread buns, the kind my abuelita would make. That is so cool. I love that. Homemade bread buns sound awesome. I love making homemade bread. Robert said pizza. All right. And Jessica says cheese balls. I think the actual name for them are pal de quayo. Oh, forgive me. I my pronunciation is even worse at this point in the evening than it probably would have been at the beginning. But I do love cheese balls. And Heidi says, Yuki, did you mean Old Man's War by John Scalzi? And Jessica says, warm and gooey and comforting. And usually when I'm under the weather, it has something to do with my abdominal issues. So cheese balls are easy on the tummy. That makes perfect sense. And cheese is so good for so many things. Of course, unless you're lactose intolerant, but otherwise delicious. And Zach says, 456 are quite good, but not great. Oh, 4, 5, 6. So you're talking about the books and the Dresden Files. Okay, 4, 5, and 6 are quite good, but not great. 13 is controversial. 14 and 15 are good. 16 and 17 depend on if you hate the character I hate. Okay. And Jessica says, in other news, I finally got to see a gynecologist and am luckily waitlisted for surgery. It'll take a few months, but I'm so happy, plus getting the right medications. I'm very glad for you. That is wonderful to hear. And it is always wonderful to get care that is actually going to take care of your needs. Women have a lot of things that we don't get like properly diagnosed or get good health for, or like healthcare for. Even in the US, when people like talk about like, oh, our doctors are so good, not always. So I'm really glad to hear that you are getting the treatments that you need. And Heidi says, chicken soup, but made from scratch, the gourmet supermarket, and fresh bread. Yes. Zach says, and some people say you can start at 4, but I say you must start at 1. Starting at 7 is the worst possible choice. Okay, so you can't skip to the good bits. You have to suffer through the worst parts. I don't know how I feel about that. Heidi says, Zach, you just said 7 through 12 are amazing. I like amazing. I got one free from the library bin. It changes. And Zach says, changes is 7. Please at least start at Death Masks. I think that's 4. He also said, I look it up. Death Masks is 5. A Summer Night is 4. It changes, even changes the title structure. All the other ones have 2 words with equal amount of letters. Fun fact. That is very interesting. I wouldn't have like tried to count them. Faye says, I always crave the raspberry juice my mom gave me as a kid when I was sick, but I can never find it anywhere. No! I hate it when that happens. I'll never forget the day that I realized as an adult, I went to the store and I wasn't feeling very good. And my mom told me to buy Pedialyte. And I was like, okay, I don't drink that anymore. That's like something you give to babies. And I drank it and I was like, Mom, I called her. I said, Mom, why do these taste like the popsicles that you used to give me as a kid? I didn't realize that the entire time my mom was giving me Pedialyte popsicles instead of the other kind that you could get at the store because she wanted me to be hydrated and to stay healthy. And I have like such a great love for the taste of Pedialyte because of that. So that's my like random thing, but I can still get those, fortunately. Zach says cherry limeade when I'm sick, Sprite, maraschino cherries, and a little maraschino cherry juice plus fresh squeezed lime with a slice in the glass. Now that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome any day of the week. Robert says Faye raspberry iced tea. And you said I make great coffee smoothies, by the way. Coffee smoothies. I believe they call those frappuccinos. Unless you were thinking of a different way to make a smoothie. Robert, do tell. Faye says, Robert, it's not the same. There was a raspberry ginger tea I got for a while, but then that disappeared too. But where is raspberry juice? It was mixed with apple and pear, but tasted like raspberry. I have never heard of that, but that sounds amazing. And Christina says, read a bit of Harry Potter 5 and a bunch of bouncing around between sprints. There you go. Robert says, I'm in a Pokemon Go raid. Don't start without me. And Nicole says, oh boy, chapter 11. Yeah, I can't say anything, but I did make a comment in the notes on the read along. I went, pretty sure that this is going to happen because I have a sneaking suspicion. Heidi says, Robert, do tell what is in the smoothie besides the coffee. Fruit? And Faye says, nice, Alex. I did some paint by numbers for a few minutes, then started Bad Cree. Awesome. And Jessica says, oh gosh, I'm behind. LOL, going to read some more later. I needed a reading break, so did some crosswords this sprint. Now I need a nap. That is totally fair. I was actually starting like mentally getting tired of reading this as well. I don't know if it's the subject matter or the pacing or the way in which it's written. It's probably like the way in which it's written because again, the characters don't talk the way that we do, so it like takes more energy for me to like focus and pay attention to what they're saying, but that has always been normal for me when reading classics. So I'm going to definitely take a break for the rest of the tonight. I don't think I can read anymore, even if I want to. And I'm curious what's going to happen. I'm tired. Nicole says 20 pages in Jonathan Strange. Very nice. And Nicole says chicken noodle soup and crackers. I do make a really good homemade chicken noodle soup, but the only problem is every time it's different. I feel like I am like reasonably certain that I have asked this question of you all before or like some variation of it because I like getting some of these answers and I'm like, I remember talking about this, but you know, we got new people on, so it's fair, I guess, to re-ask some questions. And Rachel said, LOL. Robert says, Heidi, 2 brands of coffee, ice cream, a U-Bet syrup, and a bullet blender. There you go. Coffee, ice cream. That is the way to do it. I would still consider that more to be like a milkshake or like, again, like a frappuccino because it's like coffee and ice, but maybe not. I don't know. When I think smoothie, I think fruit and vegetable. I don't think like coffee or chocolate or milk, but maybe I'm the only one. Robert goes, oh, and milk. Yeah, see, I'm counting that as a milkshake, Robert. He said, good night, everyone. Good night to you too, Robert. Nicole said, nope, I'd argue it's the pacing. Amazing happening, interrupted by philosophical dinner parties. We'll do it every time. Yeah, I would completely agree with that, Nicole. Maybe that's the part that's kind of fatiguing. I don't like the expositions as much where we're getting these big walls of text. I love philosophy, love it, but the way that it's presented in here is very confusing and it's just overworking. It's overworking and overtaxing my brain a little bit. And Zach says the cherry limeade is good anytime. Also my go-to for hangovers. There you go. That's the way to be. Pedialyte is also really good for hangovers, by the way. Well, Everybody, with that, I'm going to wish you a fabulous rest of your day. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. As always, I hope to be able to see you all again next week. I was the most comfy, peak comfy, as I like to say, in this video that I have ever been, and I might not be able to go back. I might, every time now that I'm in a sprint until it gets like actually warm outside, I might just be bundled up because this is like a fabulous way to exist. Just saying. And Faye says, thanks, Alex. Good night, everyone. Good night to you too, Faye. Thanks for coming. Alicia says, thanks for sprints. You are welcome. Good to see you, Alicia. Hope to see you next week. And Jessica says, thanks, Alex. You are most welcome, Jessica. Good job reading Dorian Gray tonight. And good night to you. And Nicole says, night, everyone. Good night to you too, Nicole. Thank you so much for coming. And I will see you next time. We're getting through the book. Woohoo! And Jessica says, can't wait to see you next week and for the Dorian Gray live show. Yes, next week is going to be a heck of a lot going on because I'm going to have my sprints on Friday and then we're having the live show on Saturday, which is going to be great, at least for my time, I should say. And Heidi says, thanks, Alex. Thank you, Heidi. Great to see you. And I hope you all have a fabulous evening. And Angel says, thank you, Alex. Good night, all. Good night to you too, Angel. Thanks for hanging out this whole time. And I hope that you sleep well. Talk to you all later. Bye.